Okay, hello. Welcome back to Satisfactory. Give me just 1 second because my headphones disconnected once again. Bluetooth headphones are the worst thing ever at times. It shouldn't take long to restore connection. And I did notice that over the past few streams there were some sound quality issues. Okay, I think this should be much better now. Let me know how this is perceived on your end, if there's still problems, but yeah, hopefully this experience should be much better now. And well, the setup that I'm gonna do here is actually gonna be very straightforward, or at least that's my hope. We'll add the final two blueprints here, which are the particle accelerators. I've made a blueprint of this as well. Unfortunately, I'm trying to keep the content within this session, not importing crazy blueprints from things I do not currently have. So this building is very tall. I cannot actually do it 2 levels high. I think that there's a Mark III that I'll have access to soon that will allow me to do that, but for now this will have to do. Wait, I think I've missed part of the recipe. Indeed, I have missed part of the recipe. Because we are not meant to start with this one. We're meant to start with a pressure conversion cube assembler. So this blueprint is gonna go in first. It's just gonna be just one of them. Almost right. There we go. So this is gonna be the entry. And I kind of do have to make this foundation look right, because we will have 4 particle accelerators here. Particle accelerators have a span of 5, that means I need 20 blocks. Come on, you need to snap on this level. How do I do this? Well, one option is to actually clear the top first. because right now this actually aligns nicely and I just have to plot down 5 of these. So over here I should have the pressure conversion cube recipe. Let's set up power. As it might be somewhat obvious, I am still waking up a bit. And actually, let's set up the intake ports. Our recipe is set. I just want ingredients to start building up in that machine. They are radio control units and fused modular frames. Now I know for a fact fused modular frames are somewhere here. Well, I know it's not this one at least. But yeah, I'm expecting all of those to be completely dead. Okay, fused modular frames are in that one, and that is this belt. Let's double check just to make sure we're going to that one. Yeah, that's the correct connection. Whether or not fused modular frames are can actually be found in that on that belt, it's a totally different story. Let's see, this one goes over here. This will most likely be empty as well. Where am I building? Okay, I have at least confirmed that it is meant to be this way. And I can just extend. Okay, so did I say that one? No, I did say it is on this one, which is that belt, which is this one. Oh, I actually had Did I mess this one up? I did mess that blueprint up, unfortunately. And I was just about to say that that doesn't seem right. And it didn't. That looks spot on. Let's try a belt now. That is indeed much better. Okay, so technically at some point this should start delivering pressure conversion cubes. We have the almighty nuclear power plant, 2.5 megawatts of power. We might have to set something up, a temporary setup probably at the very beginning, followed by a more complex build later on. So let's see, I want right, this will not snap well because I've built it on a 4-tile foundation, not a 5-tile foundation. But I do want the other particle accelerator. Nope, I had orientation wrong. I want input on that side. How is this? Is this thing better now? Okay, the arrow is pointing the right way. That does seem a bit better. No. No. That's the wrong start. So I did say I want to use this one. Output is this way, input is that way. I think that this is gonna be correct. And I want 4 of these. At least I checked for the snapping. Oh, there's literally no power around here. Seems to be the correct height. Did I actually save my blueprint to nuclear pasta? That was a bit of an oopsie. And well, I will have to do I will have to do some adjustments here regardless. These are very power intensive. I cannot afford a top of 6 gigawatts. So I am forced to get a bit creative with underclocking. Okay, these are resources coming in. So I need to use this one here. One input. Let's make sure I get the alignment right. This looks correct. That's the beauty of blueprints, I guess. It does save quite a bit of time on these tedious tasks. Nope, that was the wrong orientation. Okay, right placement, wrong orientation, so I'll have to fix that. Cool. That is the feed line. That's so weird. The hover thingy didn't want to start. Or, well, most likely I was incapable of making it start. Let's do it like this. So this is gonna be exit. Really? I was sure I would cache that one as well in the blueprint, in the deconstruct. I didn't. That's perfectly fine. Let's see. Green arrow pointing the right way. So hard to tell sometimes. Thinking about it now, maybe I could have done at least the top level inserters even on the current blueprint. That would have still saved quite a bit of time. Let's see, I have the output coming through here. I'll just keep this one centered. There's no... This build should never have belt limit issues. It did produce something, so... Is this build that dead that we're not producing anything? No, we're actually producing at... no, very small efficiency. Very, very small efficiency. Okay, so quick look over the map. There is copper ore, there's impure here, there's normal quality here. I'm looking for a place where I can easily get water from. So this area looks a bit better to me. But yeah, the next big thing that I need to do is I need to get Is that not aligned? That should be aligned. Yeah, it is aligned, it's just not... drawn, probably because of the distance. I think it's over here. Okay, so we are going on an adventure. The adventure is gonna take place either here, but I believe that there's a pure quality node somewhere around here-ish. I remember it was very close to the iron ore. Just have to get past this hill. And for now, I'm just gonna go straight for the beacon. Sure, I guess I need to mine that one. At the same time, I will want to drag power over there, so there should be plenty of water from those lakes. Can I actually? I actually can. So, really? Let's stop somewhere around here. And I think the best way to do this is to actually place a radar tower. This should highlight the resources available here, and yeah, just as I remembered, I was pretty sure I had some stray markers on the map. Never mind. I have 1, 2, and potentially 3. That's iron ore. Oh, what's this? This is iron ore as well. So it's 1, 2, pure. Is this pure as well? Yes. Normal quality. Oh, this is iron ore. It's, I don't know. For myself, the distinction between iron and copper is so small on the minimap icons that it's a bit annoying. Anyway, that is deep water. That means we should be able to get all the water I need from over there. Looks like a fairly decent space. And I will bring the build most likely somewhere over here. I would have thought I can place there we go. I would have thought I can place water pumps over here as well. And if I can, I might actually bring the production line here. So let's test that one out before doing anything else. Oh yeah, this water is deep enough. I can easily place 4 or 5 at least. Oh, that was the small hog. A Obviously, that's not what I wanted to do, but good thing I did it. Okay, let me check the status of my... okay, I'm not consuming nearly as much as I could. Max consumption is huge. I'll admit. Anyway, production miner Mark III. This should have 480, which is, and this is purely accidental, the exact amount that I need. I'm wondering which way I want to build. I'm actually inclined to go that way. And I think about this height should be good enough. The other thing I was wondering is whether I want to actually get a platform all the way to here and move the belt onto a platform. I did do that for most of my bases. But I think that this is gonna be too much. Let's see, I want to align a bit more with power poles. Why is that an invalid placement? Anyway, let's figure out how I am going to actually build this. So first of all, one snap to a foundation. This height. Do I have anything? There's that rock over there, the mountains towards the back, but I don't think I'm gonna reach the mountains. So I'm gonna build facing that way, as I've already mentioned. Let's put down some foundations. I can align this one here. So this build will be somewhat different. Okay, so 2, 4, 6, and 8. You know what? Let's leave a wall here. Can this reach all the way there? No, it cannot. That's a bit unfortunate. But this one should. This means that this will now get powered on. Uh, 480 should be more than enough for a single belt to be able to power. So I'm gonna do it like this. First, this will get the resources from down here. Whatever works, I guess. Now, to get it onto the lift, I don't see any other way than... Hopefully this aligns, actually. It is aligned, which is great, and I think I can just drag belt now. Not sure if that belt is long enough or not, but it shouldn't matter. So I have ore connection through here. Now, if I go to blueprints, I want inputs on this side. I think this is the one that I want. So what I can do is I can have the water pipeline go through here. Let's make progress with the MAM research. Probably nothing else to scan. No rewards available. That's great. We are up to date with rewards. This will do ingots. And again, I'll have these two tiles just there to allow me some room to manage the belts. I'll do a bit of a daisy chain connection. Okay, that is still no power. This definitely has power. Okay, this now has power. Let's sort out the water connection. So for water, that's the collection source. No, wrong one. I do wonder how well this one connects, and if potentially I also get snapping. Really, it snaps to that, but not to my pipe. That might actually be an issue. Let's go with this one. There's plenty of room to build here, so no. I'm not gonna get over attached to building things perfectly here. It shouldn't be different levels. I thought for a second that it might be behave like that because it's at different levels, but it's not. So yeah, no clue that what that's all about. I'm just trying to see if there's any native flora fauna here. A water extractor is 320. I need 120. I need 320, so I'll just go ahead with 3 extractors. So the main idea is to get maybe something like this. Okay, as I was saying, the main idea, yeah, I don't like this. This needs to be maybe around this level. So all of that can go away. And not gonna be the nicest look, but it will be functional, at least to some extent. And just to finally finish my idea, get the head level as close to here as possible so that I don't need to do any sort of pumping in that area. This should be able to pump water, unless this needs... No. This is just about 40 meters. That's 360 water. That is more than I actually consume. I could extend... There's definitely room for more here to be placed. If I ever need to extend this, but right now this is producing, and we get to the other side of the build. This is gonna be a direct feed. on this one, I believe. I should probably start to follow this pattern. Yeah, this is not properly aligned. Just remembered. I do have a better, another blueprint. I should have another blueprint. Yep, this one. Okay, I am completely lost. Okay, I need to go over here. No, this is a bit of a mess right now, so let's clean it up. Really? You're not snapping to this one? One, two, three. I need one more. I need to be careful because my power is running out. And there is this 2x2 here, which I don't know what to do with. But there we go. Nice, nice snappy alignment. And well, all of this is gonna be for basically one constructor. I'll use a 2 constructor blueprint, but really? Why? Why can't I go 8 tiles on this one? Of course it moved at the very last second. What are the chances of me actually doing that alignment right? I don't think they're very big, but we shall see. And this is gonna be copper powder. Well, I have 2 of them. I'm not saving that much power, but I have 2 of them. They're already set up, so might as well. Okay, this needs to collect into a manifold over here. Let's keep it under the glass. This line will go... Where's my out belt? I dragged it all the way over there, so... Is there any scenario where I get this belt going the way I want it? I wanted to get the belt direction right first and foremost, and then run the belt all the way through. Looks pretty nice and straight, I'd say. Well, obviously not the end here, but that's to be expected. Hello? Oh. So this should actually have the build working. We just now need this to be scaled to 4 rows of these things. Let's get scaling. No, this is the wrong one. I need this one. Two, three, four. Five, 6, 7. And yeah, obviously I'm off by 1 because I left that first row there. I think the next ones are gonna properly align though. Okay, enough talking. Well, while theoretically that would work, I do need to remember to set the recipes. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Water is probably gonna take a bit of time to be delivered, but okay, I'll have that problem everywhere, but it is what it is. It did take the wrong orientation. Well, this time at least I caught it. Now, I really hope that my plastic gets replenished fast enough. because I was down to 200, I think. Let's do power. I'll do the fluid connection first, as we've seen fluids take substantially more time to actually start flowing through. And I didn't need this space in the end, but it is what it is. Will I have any sort of power around here? Okay, that's fluid. Did I do it right over here? Yes. No, this way. Really? There we go. Another one. Almost connected. I must not have had the recipe set. Well, all for the better. The pipe is now fully buffered. On to the next one we go. There's no point in not setting those ones. Don't delete the whole thing. Actually, let's streamline this a bit, shall we? Why? I cannot press my hotkey for some reason. Well, I can press it, but it doesn't work. The numbers work. We'll just do a quick restart here. I have no idea where that issue came from, but, well, it did. I could hear the sound of the shortcut, but it didn't actually register the keystroke. Misalign this. Well, it is what it is. For some reason that looked very weird. Anyway. What's the alignment? It's over here. End of the line, I won't bother getting a splitter in there. sure I selected a merger, not a splitter. Apparently my fat fingers didn't agree with that. So all of these things should technically be working now. I want to see things on the belt. There we go. And those two should now be working. Well, no, not yet. Somewhere I've built some. How did it clip through there? Oh, that's not what I was expecting to run out of, if I'm gonna be fully honest, but apparently that is what I ran out of. Let's get power first and foremost. I know I don't necessarily need to connect all of these, as I just mentioned before, but it just makes me feel better when I do it. Probably there's a term for that, but oh. It is what it is. We'll get there very soon. Technically, my pasta production should be underway. And I don't think the pasta production is something I immediately need to ramp up. By ramp up, I mean power up with the summer slopes. As I'm only paying power for it. A lot of power, but just power nonetheless. I can't believe I'm gonna do this, but Apparently I need to. This is annoying. This is very annoying. Well, that's happening actually. We can start setting up recipes. I did pick up a lot of copper ore. How much electricity? 30 times 32, that's 1 gigawatt of electricity. Awesome. This should technically be perfectly balanced. How are we doing on this? 100%, 100%, 100%. It is kind of expected for this to have a bit of a belt lag, but eventually these two will start working. I'll just wait 1 more minute here. Oh, okay. I'm consuming 15 per minute. 15 times 32, that's 320 plus 160, that's 480. That's exactly what my miner is at least meant to be producing. There should always be plenty of water. I am expecting the water to fill up almost instantly. That's working. This is outputting. This should now function at 100% capacity, no problems. And this is technically 0.8 megawatts cheaper. With the numbers that we're dealing with right now, though, that's irrelevant. Oh, I was not running. There we go. This is the speed I was looking at getting. Okay, end of the line. They are working. I really don't know what the cycle is here. I have never actually had these things working before. But, oh, we have some QBs. Say what now? Oh, it's just because of the floor difference. Not many, but we have some resources at least flowing through. Really? Oh, I mean, obviously now that I look at it, but there we go. We have 8 of those. Almost done with the magnetic field generators. It is something, thermal propulsion rockets, we haven't scaled yet. Thermal propulsion rockets, it's just 111. Problems with modular engines, problems with rubber. And that kind of leads into the core problem here. Okay. You go to cloud. These things. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so we have something working. I am checking my to-do list. And well, let me see if I can actually share. I'll make a dedicated actual YouTube episode, not a stream. But let me actually save this. And try to bring it up on stream for now. I'm trying to make this as full screen as possible. Not sure if the color is a bit off, but I think that this would give everybody a fairly decent understanding of the base situation right now. Well, let me walk you through what I have here. It's not fully done yet, but basically at the bottom I have my, let's call them independent factories. Middle column, which is the most important one, I have builds, where a build is basically each of the columns or the blocks that I have here, which have inputs and outputs. And coming back to my spreadsheet, this is the miners that I'm currently operating with. And I've started this whole thing because I wanted to keep track of where my miners are actually providing resources. But this turned into a bit more. Basically, I now have a very quick indication of how my resource input and output looks like. I'm not supplying enough copper ore on my 2 copper ore lines. The iron ore belts are actually fairly well balanced, except one of them. And I'm a bit negative on limestone. I need to look at that because this should actually be separated into 2 independent builds as well. Over here is the total status of the factory. So basically it's everything in these columns summed up, input and output. And here is what the I'm still deciding. This is the part that I'm still working on, because like plastic, for instance, here says I'm on 0, but I'm on 0 because I'm saying that I need to import this amount, and I'm still deciding whether I want to say I need to import this amount or this is the amount imported, basically connecting it to the plastic dashboard here. Because, well, if we have a quick look at this, I need 1200 aluminum casings. Quartz crystal, I know I'm actually positive. Silica, I'm positive. That's not a problem. These three things, I still haven't added. I was doing this right before the stream started, but I just managed to map the assembly directory system and everything that we've built yesterday over here. But again, 1230 versus how much am I outputting here? 180. So that number is abysmal. I am producing just 10%. I am rubber and plastic, 800 and 700. I need to go to my plastic factory. This is not 800, this is not 700. Let's put a quartz at the very end because I'm not actually using that one as much. So 800 plastic, 700 rubber. Plastic, rubber, 260, 160. That's basically nothing. This is again extremely painful. So I have two major issues that I need to solve. I'm fairly low on resources, so I'm not actually gonna bother scaling this one up just yet. But yeah, just wanted to give everybody a quick overview of what I was talking about when I was saying those numbers. Now, this will work. This is actually... Wait, no. This one. This build is almost done, I believe. Yes, this one is almost done, so I will get some resources back once this this piles up. What resources am I gonna unblock? Nothing much. A few high-speed connectors, a couple of pipes, and a bit of rubber. Yeah, that's nothing. Also, I am 590 steel pipe in that. Not 590, just 400. That's still a lot though. Minus 15 heavy modular frames, minus 15 radio control units, minus 33 circuit boards, which I thought I actually had plenty. Minus 120 caterium ingots. That's a lot of caterium ingots. And minus 28 cooling systems. That is again very painful. Well, this is going to work, eventually complete. Let's go fix problems. Man, is that an empty lane? That's an empty lane, right? Yeah, that's a totally empty lane. And this was just delivered. So let's see how are we doing here. Empty and empty. So the plastic and rubber are now dead. I don't know if this actually saves more times or wastes more time, but I totally missed the belt, didn't I? I still have the truck stop over there. That's almost hilarious. I need to decommission that whole build. This train is delivering almost nothing. Okay, I wanted to make sure I did hide my Chrome tab. And let's have a look at plastic. So currently what we're doing is direct plastic from crude oil, and we have extra heavy oil residue. Let's bring up the dash once more so we can actually get a good understanding of what the plastic factory is doing right now. So we're producing 260 plastic, 160 rubber, and we're also producing how much heavy oil residue am I actually building? Okay, I think I messed something up in my formula over there. I thought those numbers looked somewhat odd. I am producing fuel, I would want to say over here. Yeah, I'm producing fuel at 40 per minute. And I have 5 of these. So this is 200 fuel for 300 heavy oil residue. So it's 200 for 300 heavy oil residue, and but yeah, that's now correct. I am over consuming the heavy oil residue. Did I throttle this? I am not throttling, but I should technically be consuming all the heavy oil residue. I need to get out of the cage. No, I'm lost. And then I should technically be burning up all the fuel, which apparently I'm not. So technically here I'm consuming more heavy oil residue than I'm producing. I'm burning, I'm using all the fuel. Let me bring this the spreadsheet back up. So I'm producing heavy oil residue over here. This is a total of 290. So I'm negative 10. Even if I was to produce to ratio to 200, which I'm targeting here, I would be burning 300 heavy oil residue, unless I've made some mistakes in my calculations. And I should be using all the fuel to make turbo fuel. And again, I am intentionally using more turbo fuel in my factories. But for some reason my fuel line is backed up. So turbo fuel is not backed up, but the fuel line is full. Am I missing something? So I'm producing 18.75 turbo fuel, and I'm producing that in 6. So I'm meant to be producing 112.5, which is expected. How much fuel am I consuming? I'm consuming 22.5 times 6. This is wrong here. 135 only. And how much compacted coal? It's 15 times 6. It is 90. I just got the wrong number here. That means I am overproducing fuel. That means the oil residue backs up. I need to use 65 more fuel. That's 11 more here. That means can I go to 29? That's not enough. Let's go to 100%. And now I'm gonna go to 29. Okay, so I'm now consuming 35.7. No, I didn't do that right. Actually, no. It's 214.2. That's good. Let's stick with that. And over here, I'm no longer consuming 15. I'm consuming 23.8. 23.8 is this number. 142.8. 142.8. Which means that I'm now low on compacted coal. So I have to remember to toggle between these things. So first thing that I want to do is I want to actually make this build work at a slightly better speed. To actually produce the numbers that I have there, which are problematic to say the least. But it's even worse if they're lower. So compacted coal, this and this need to be either blue or red, otherwise these ones will not work even at these nominal speeds here. Now, compacted coal needs to be supplied, and I need 42. How much am I doing now? If I boost this by to 150%, I think that's the way to go. So let me check this. I can already see that I'm overusing the resources I have. Let's make this last just a bit longer while I do the math here. And yeah, this is obviously draining. I am 37.5 now. $37.5 times, I think I have 5 of these. Yeah. That's 187 versus 142. Is 125% good enough? 31.25. Yeah, this is gonna be good enough. So let's boost to these values. What? Why? Oh, that's coal. Everything else gets discarded. So let's update the numbers now. 156.25, 156.25, and I'm using, well, way more. I'm using the same numbers actually, because that's a 1-to-1. Slightly red on both coal and sulfur, but it's I think that this will do for now. This will make the build functional until I sort out what I want to build. Where's the power line here? Oh, my power is connected through a whole different place. That's why. Okay, these ones should now be firing at full speed because I have a lot of excess fuel to burn. They will not stay at this power for very long. But well, let's take a rest on top of one of the buildings. And let's actually bring up a different Chrome tab. To do the planning for plastic. I think it's gonna be this one. Yes. It is this one. Let's remove the uninteresting bits. And we're gonna be building plastic over here. So let's remove the nuclear pasta. How much plastic do I need to build? This is why I have that spreadsheet, because I can now just quickly run to the spreadsheet, look at my main factory dashboard, and I see I need to get 800 plastic. That's probably gonna be a bit more, as I don't have all the recipes in yet, although not everything needs to work at full speed, so maybe 1000 will be good enough. Let's see what 1000 means. Well, technically 1.5k crude oil, but that's not ideal. There is a better way, however, to obtain plastic, because plastic can be made from there is actually a few recipes for this. Polymer resin with water is the residual plastic recipe, but I really wish there would be a better way to look at alternates. And yes, partially we are passing time now to get everything done. So this is the heavy oil residue alternate that has a very good ratio for heavy oil. But if we bring up the MAM, let's look at all the alternates we have for plastic. So recycled plastic is fuel and rubber. That's not that ideal of a recipe, but let's unlock everything that is plastic related. This is a very good recipe for polymers, so let's select that one as well. I should be able to start another hard drive scan now. Let's get the alt rubber as well. Blended turbo fuel is, well, done in the blender. It's a bit more of a difficult recipe and nothing of importance right now. This one is a way more straightforward recipe. I don't know if it's better, but it's definitely straightforward to get the turbo fuel, as I don't need 2 processing steps. And I still need the same compacted. It's 4 compacted coal for 4. So I need more compacted coal actually with this recipe, but I think less fuel, less heavy oil. I'm pretty sure I'm missing something. I am quite certain I'm missing something actually. So, plastic can be made from polymer resin and water. Polymer resin can be made from crude oil at different ratios. Probably the best one is crude oil with polymer resin alternate, which gives us 13 polymer resin and 2 heavy oil. And what can I do with heavy oil? So I could technically do a full chain where I'm mixing fuel and rubber to get plastic, and rubber and fuel, but okay, okay, I think I know what I want to do. Let's bring this one back up, and I will just consider doing this one, but not with the base recipe. I need to enable the crude oil to polymer resin. This is still 1.3. This is still 1.3K, 1.4K crude oil. Let's have a quick comparison with the base recipe. This is 1.5 and I get a ton of heavy oil residue. 500 heavy oil residue versus, I guess it's a bit less. By the way, this is 50 refineries. That's quite a huge amount of refineries required there. But in the end, with this recipe, because we're introducing water in the mix, 2 pipes of water, and 3, 4, 5 belts of polymer resin, and also 3 pipes of crude oil, full pipes of crude oil. I don't know if I have that much. Let's see outputs. Overall, I get 462, 1462 with this recipe. $1,500, but I am saving 120 oil. and I get a bit less heavy oil residue, which is a byproduct. So in the end, this is 1k for 135. This is, and 50 refineries versus 50 here, 23 there. This also needs to be split into multiple refineries, which let's see. Let's take a look on the map. Actually, before I do that, let's also add a rubber. I should probably just search. And let's see how much rubber we actually need to get. $750. Well, let's dial the numbers down a bit. 850 and 750. We're gonna use the same recipe. So to get those numbers, I need to burn this heavy oil residue. I'll just look at the possibilities of burning heavy oil residue once more. Oh, it can go into fuel, petroleum coke, which is not interesting, and everything else is mixed recipes. I can do diluted fuel, which basically doubles or more than doubles the amount of fuel I am generating. And if I do diluted fuel, where can I use can I use the fuel to generate? I could bring the fuel back into the system. For now, I'll use the turbo fuel because I think I still need the power, but eventually I can divert fuel and a bit of rubber to equals amounts parts rubber and plastic to get more rubber and more plastic, and basically convert the crude oil exclusively into plastic products, which would be a huge boost over here. So I think that this is the recipe that I'm gonna go for. This is a lot of refineries though, and I need 1.9 cubic meters per minute. .9 cubic meters per minute. Do I even have that on the map? Okay, this is 1200. Let's also go here and not forget to enable the oil wells. That doesn't change a lot. So let's see, from what I already have connected, how much could I get if I boost that up to max? This is 600, 1200, which leaves me with 700. How much can I get out of this? This leaves me with 400. This leaves me with 100. And I could get that 100 from, I guess, somewhere over here, connect them to those pipes. Yep, I think that's the plan. I think that's the plan. So let's make sure I have the recipes. We have all the alts now. I have the recycled rubber, so I'm not gonna use these ones right now. I'm just gonna do this and then do this one with a bunch of water. As you can see, a bunch of water right below us, so that's perfectly fine. This is why I like this location for plastic. Not heavy oil, I'm gonna use this one, which is 1 to did I pick the right recipe over here? Because this number still looks quite a bit high. So we are doing alternate polymer resin. Which is crude oil into a lot of polymer resin and not a lot of heavy oil. Well, I guess, yeah, no, looking at the numbers here, I'm definitely doing it well. And I'll build parallel. I'll actually move my production line to not be on the ground. And I'll need to take into account the number of pipes and the number of belts I need to get. And I need to think if I want to... Oh, really? Obviously, I'm gonna run out of everything here. I might as well just switch to this thing for now. This is gonna be a big project, but well, that was the title of the stream, and this is what I was envisioning doing first and foremost here. Where did I place that one? Okay, I should be protected from the elephant. Yeah, not sure. Did I double stack a blueprint? No, I didn't. Not sure where that's gonna come and go from, but is this gonna be a straight line over there? And the other refinery goes kind of straight that way, I would say. So I'll actually run 3 completely independent pipes. Or do I want to stack them? I don't think I want to stack them. Can I stack them downwards? I don't think I can stack them downwards even if I wanted to. So these are gonna be my 3 oil pipes. I forgot to remove the thing from my screen. Now, what I'm actually thinking is I have 3 of these here. I can get 600. So this would be my 3rd pipe. I could get 3 pipes from over here, not bother with that oil. And maybe just use this one for the 100 extra that I need. And again, I need just 69 extra per minute, and in the end, if it's just slightly below, it's not that big of a deal. So let's do this actually. I'll get that which I already have claimed, and I'll claim this and this as well. So I'll have that one going. Okay, I think that this is the plan. This time I will remember to turn off the if it would at least power off the power poles. Also, it said that if there's power connections, the enemies should not respawn. I feel like that was a bit of a lie. So the way I'm gonna do this, I will decommission that pipe eventually. I really hope that elephant is still not still following me. Okay, this should make sure that the pipe is fully pressured at all times. I'll pump this right now to 600 because, well, just because I know I'm gonna use it. And let's start dragging pipe. I really hate that. I really hate that. Because what this means now is that I cannot actually drag this pipe properly. Is that off center? Did they already mess it up? No, it's not off center. Well, at least around the power poles, let's do this nicely. So I'll get how do I make that transition nicely? Okay, I'll get that one over here. So this is gonna be first pipe. Can actually delete quite a bit of this foundation. I don't need. I thought I needed two lines. I'll leave that bit with 2 lines regardless. That one is gonna come on the middle pipe, which means over here let's make this junction gonna be a bit of an odd shape for now. Did I connect this? Okay, that's connected. The thing is, I want to power to overclock to the max the least amount of refineries, because it's a whooping 134 megawatts. So not a cheap electricity bill by any means. Okay, so one was around here and one was around there. Should I go search for that one first? Maybe I should go search for it before dragging any more foundation. And there's a very easy way to do that. Oh, I think this is the one. Crude oil normal, let's claim it. And I believe it was maybe that one. One of these ones. Yep, this is the normal. That one over where? There's an impure over there, and that's impure as well. Uh, 300 and something per minute. That's great. Let's get the foundation first of all. Can this one reach all the way there? Yes, the answer was no. But anyway, let's see. This one. That's good. This one needs to be a bit further. That's gonna be a pain. But hey, I'll manage. Okay, I need my pipe. I am trying my best not to get annoyed. Obviously, I'm not succeeding, but I'm trying my best. I just want all of you to know that. What are the chances that that's actually centered? Quite good, actually. I won't even bother. Will this actually snap? Well, it will not snap. Did I ever connect power here? Yes, I did, but I need to also remember to power this. Why is it inverting my direction? For good measure, let's put a valve. And I could probably do this. In a few places. I don't know if it will have an impact or not. There we go. This is all the crude oil I'll need for this build. Okay, now that I have a bit of time, is what I wanted to say. Let's make the pipe turns over here. I'll do them on like this. That's one of them. Well, this is gonna be an interesting one to do. This one is gonna be easy. Coming through here, it needs to be over here. 1, 2. Can this one connect? That's a bit off, but so are all pipes full? Yes, they seem to be all full. This should bring all of them in line. That's the nice part about oil production. The raw resources are just one. You don't need to worry about dragging too many things in. You do have to, however, do fairly convoluted production chains. Or I can walk here. Maybe not even very convoluted production chains, actually. Take that back. But a lot of refineries. Is that out of line? It is out of line. And I do want to stop for just a second, take a quick look at what we're building again. I want to see how this build is gonna play out. So 42 refineries is a very long chain. I don't know if... And also, that's way too much polymer resin for a single belt. So I actually have to divide this up into 3 builds. Yeah, probably this is gonna be something like three builds. So 1 pipe of oil. Let's duplicate this. Because I want to see the exact numbers for plastic. "20 refineries that consume almost 1.2. This is actually very close to 1.2, so I can't just do 2 builds. And 2 builds doesn't necessarily mean separate. I can stack them. Probably will stack them. The problem is that we have almost double the refineries. Water is not a problem. Water is divided by 2. Oil residue out is not a problem, so I'll probably do 2 floors plus 4 floors of 11 refineries. This is 2 floors of 10 refineries, and that's 850 plastic. 850 plastic can go out through 2 belts. And then the heavy oil, I'll process that. So I'll do this as close. It's so annoying that I cannot really tell if I'm doing this right or wrong. I'm trying to think if there's a way to actually utilize a blueprint. Wondering if placing a power pole right on top of it will do anything. Actually, a foundation should definitely do something, I hope. And I was actually thinking that this will also be the perfect test to see if it's the lights that's actually crashing my computer here. That was out of line. Yeah, that looks better. Almost. Almost there. And well, it is impressive that the base has not come to a complete crawl, but obviously this is not sustainable. We need to do better than this. Speaking of needing to do better than this. That was meant to be an X, not a dot. So if I go to this one, maybe. Where do I have an empty slot? I guess this will spill over here. 4, 5, 6. Did I mention I hate I cannot get out of that menu with my keyboard shortcuts? Pretty sure I would have. At least a couple of times. So I did mention lots of floors. I said we'll have 2 floors for refinery for processing, another 4 floors for plastic. That means I'll have 11 refineries in total. So I need 6 of these. So, what do I need for refineries? Yikes, I need motors. Once again, I forgot that that part. So how does this work here? I guess this can snap over here, and this would actually be in the perfect place if I want to expand the other one. And now I can... Let's do all the floors first. So I do input there, I output here, that's gonna be the resin, and then resin that way and plastic down this way. And I will need to use some pumps every here and there. So this is gonna be the base recipe. So I have roughly 60 refineries. 60 refineries working at 30. That's 2 gigawatts. I should be able to spare 2 gigawatts of power. Inputs and outputs, and these are 4 floors. And this is gonna do not recycled, but residual plastic. Okay, first of all, I need to get power going. Can I go higher now? Cool, that is power connected on all of these. So I have 2 polymer resin factories over here. And this is residual plastic. Two. Come on. Okay. Which one do I want? I want this thing. That's... come on. So I'm just doing this with blueprints because if I want to deconstruct, it's gonna be so much easier in the future. Something looks off there. Something was off. Okay, that's better. My gosh, there's still more. Okay, this is quite high. Anywho, let's see. I'll just take a quick look how many water pipes I need 2 water pipes. I need a 50 water. Do I just go? Two water pipes loaded at 425 per minute. Yeah, probably 2 water pipes, 425 per minute, and split first floor and second floor. I have just realized one thing. I need to actually split the polymer resin in half at the middle of the build, because one floor will output 1.2k. My belt is not 1.2k. So how do we do this? First of all, these are gonna be my 2 oil pipes. One oil pipe goes here and stays there. The other one will need a pump or 2. Probably a pump somewhere. So this thing I know for a fact I can pressure. I don't think this goes all the way up to this level, so how many meters? Should be a fairly quick. That's 32. Actually, that pump should be able to bring fluid all the way up there. Can this play nicely? I don't think I can do a nice turn here, so I'll leave it to that. Let's do connections. I actually want to do connections. It's gonna be this pipe going in here. How do I do that? That should be the middle pipe. This should be producing now. This one I've just connected. Let's see how far the head lift goes. But head lift looks okay. We are getting fluid through at least. What's the... Oh, that was a bit way too spot on. But yeah, that's stable now. That's the perfect head lift. So again, this produces 130 per minute. If I compute at, let's assume max belt speed, that's 780. 780 divided by 130 is 6 refineries. So if I divide this up into 5 refineries, this should be quite good. Hopefully I won't forget to re-enable this, but I want to play a bit with the numbers here. Can I get even numbers? Unfortunately, not really. But actually, let's go with this. Let's go with this number, and the reason why I'm going with this number is because we're fully using 2 pipes of oil. What we're getting out is a different topic. 2600 divided by 4 is 600 and something. It's not 700, so we're not getting close to the capacity of the belt. But that means I'm gonna split every 5 refineries. And each belt will go up to the relevant floor. Ada did say build vertically, so who am I to argue with that? Snap to blueprint. Come on, that's not snapping to the blueprint. That is snapping to the blueprint, so I need 10 of these. Is this 10? This kind of feels like 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why do I have that much foundation then? So technically here I'm getting very close to needing 11 refineries. I think that's why I have the extra foundation. I could keep it at 10 and just overclock, which would make for a very nice build and fully utilized space. Yes, I do get an output here. That last foundation was because I had that extra thing there. I was computing for 11, but well, just said I'm not gonna do 11. Also, I just said I need to split every 5. How do I do this nicely? So the output should now be slightly more balanced. Residue. How much residue am I producing? 400. That is just one pipe. So it can snap. Only when it wants to. Let's do output for this one. Yeah, for the pipe to be able to turn, it would need to be like this. I could utilize that space over there, but that would make the intake awkward. Let's keep it like this. So I want to get the outputs for this one first. Actually, no, it doesn't make any sort of difference. Let's get a nice line alignment here. I can probably do something like this and this for the other one. So this is on the center, and this actually travels a few floors up. Okay, let's see. I do have a bit of a hard stop in about half an hour. Let's see how much we can get done in that time. So if I want to line this up, how bad would that be? Actually, I don't think it looks that bad. That's input, that's output. I just need to print the floor. Let's print the floor actually. That is input, that's output, that's correct. Glad to see I can still count, at least to some extent. I kind of feel the game lagging or having struggling with some frames. I wonder if I should increase my save interval to something like 1 minute, so I don't lose that much progress based on how far away from a save point I am. Okay, that's 3 connected, that's 4, that's 5 connected. That is 5 connected, and I think that's everything over here. I want to check if the head lift here has changed by any means. It shouldn't, but well, we'll see. And strictly technically speaking, I should be building at least one fluid buffer at the end of the belt. The reason for that fluid buffer is... yeah, I should be building that fluid buffer at the end of the belt, because the pipe has a maximum throughput of 600, but it's not always working, which means that it's not always fully utilizing 600, which means it will have periods when it cannot supply everything. I am outputting... I don't want to be outputting 4 belts here. I don't need to output 4 belts. I'm calibrated for 866. Eventually I'll be able to make that into a single belt, but for now I'll need 2 belts of output, which means that I need to actually merge what's coming between floors. So this needs to merge. Probably somewhere there. Let's see water. Oh man, water will have to travel quite a long way for each of these builds. Okay, I said I need 2 pipes of water. One for the first and second floor. Okay, that's output. Output is... yeah, something's wrong. It is a left-right. I want to make sure I'm using the right blueprint. So I need to use a left-right. Facing this way. Yeah, looks good. But that does mean that this pipe cannot be there. I can technically make it all the way here. Let's do that. That's one water pipe. This one water pipe will actually... that's off. So there's a junction there. Okay, that's water supply for the first 2 floors. I could technically switch the pipe there, but that just feels dirty. I guess there's another way to do this. If I do a pipe here and I split like this, I could connect this one over here, which I'll admit is not nice. I'm a bit afraid of how this will behave, to be fully honest, but it does look better than the alternative. There's no way I'm getting a pump in there. Let's see if this works. Let's see if that's enough head lift. Very interesting that that works, but it doesn't allow me to daisy chain. Let's get the pipes all the way down. and connected. I don't know if that pipe layout over there is gonna be an issue or not. I really hope it's not gonna be, but okay, we're down over here, and again, how much water do I need? 8. Let's call it around 870. So it's 870, first of all, divided by 2 pipes, 435, and then divided by 120 is 3.6. So 4 water thingies per pipe. The pipes are gonna go that way, I guess. So hopefully we should be good. I want to move a bit away from the actually no. I'll do things. I really wish we could snap these two, or let me rephrase it. I don't know of a nice way to snap these things. Okay, so idea here is this a valid pipe shape? No, it's not. Is this a valid pipe shape? To some extent. Okay, that's not connected. 4 that way, 4 that way, those are all connected. So now, I said I'll try to do it on this lane. Can I get one pipe running for all of these now? This went wrong. would this actually work? Okay, let's just do this last segment. So, yeah, this to an alignment where it actually works. Okay, come on, delete. Okay, if this doesn't work, let's try center line. What? Oh, come on. Okay, so this looks like it's working now. Only now I should have wired them. But, well, we live, we learn. And now I need to get this up. Yikes. That's obviously not gonna be in line. Let's see what getting them in line actually means. guess this will have to do. Maybe I'm doing a bit of an overkill with the palm jacks, but as we all know, fluid works in mysterious ways sometimes, and I'd much rather have a bit of an extra margin for error than throttling my build throughput and not realizing it. So let's just leave that one there as well. So let's bring this one up to maybe somewhere like here, and yeah, I don't know how to do nice pipe alignments. So this should hopefully take me all the way to here. Yes, it does. I do not trust that indicator. And because I do not trust that indicator, I would really prefer to have a bit of extra margin for error. What's the head lift here? This head lift is not great. I think that that's gonna exceed as well. This had too much head lift, so let's add one more pump here. Should sort out this issue, bring it down to 30, 35 or something. This one is 41. And we have water everywhere. So this was the water supply. It only took like forever, but we have the water supply. This is producing plastic now. Okay, one stops here. And this should be producing plastic now. Two go up. One stops here and one goes up. And this one is producing plastic now. Okay, output lanes. I need to merge over here two lanes. How do I merge them? I think that first of all, let's use a merger. And I think I'll use something like this. So I do need two lanes out. That's a fact. And I'll need two lanes all the way to the train station. That's plastic coming from one side, and this is actually on the right. Output lane. And if I use this pattern, one floor down, no, two floors down. So over here, this was just like a normal output. We have this here and this one here. That should be plastic as well, and we can do the same type of merge here. And question, can I have this one like this? Oh yeah, that's perfect. Did I misclick? Yes, I did misclick. I didn't misclick here. Now I could technically just double stack these. I'm very curious to see how this would look like. Because if I do this and this should perfectly fit there. This should perfectly fit here. And then last bit. Let me see if I can do this in one go. Oh, okay, it snaps. I was a bit afraid it wouldn't snap nicely. There is one small consideration. That I didn't, well, consider. But I think I'll solve that at the train station, to be honest. Train station connects over there. I need to get this through a depot as well, just so that I upload it into the cloud. Okay, what I can do is actually put a depot somewhere over here and actually use the output lane to get it into the depot. I think that's the easier thing to do. Yeah, that belt will not play nicely. Or will it? No, it will not play nicely. Which means that I kind of need this space. And just to not completely get my base crawling to a halt. If I come over here, where did I delete my plastic line? Merger. Do I get a snap? No, I do not get a snap just yet. But this one should now. up and allow me to also get all this plastic in. Oh, the train is in the station, that's why. I might do a depot here. Does it help doing a depot? Yes, it would help because I'm not producing full belts, and yeah, it will allow this to actually get the belts slightly more saturated. Okay, am I missing something that needs to be upgraded? No. Yeah. This is... this should now be a fully stacked belt, at least for a bit of time. This is the build. So one trick that I can do here, if I get this belt to be like this, I can do the junction. At the junction over here, this should be fully saturated, and well, this is gonna come to a crawl very soon because this belt will... yeah, this is already almost full. So I do need to get rid of the heavy oil residue. If I quickly reference here and go rubber, I did say here we're aiming for 750 rubber. We're aiming for 650. That's 200 plus 400. That's actually a full pipe of heavy oil residue. This again split into two. This is... yikes, that's a lot of water. Rubber is way more expensive in terms of water than plastic. So we'll have to see how we manage water there. Polymer resin, that's 2 belts. That's not that much heavy oil residue. But yeah, that's one full pipe. So technically, if we want to give same oil priority, we'll double this, we would get 1300. It would overflow the heavy oil residue pipe, but that's okay. I kind of already need 4 floors of refineries for the rubber. Doubling this would mean carrying a lot of water upwards as well. This is... well, this will have to be 3 pipes somehow. Somehow, I'll figure that one out, but yeah, I just wanted to see how much heavy oil residue we need. So we have 600 heavy oil residue. I just want to burn that as turbo fuel. I'll have to compare the 2 recipes. So we have 2 recipes for turbo fuel. I kind of don't want to get all of those ads in, but this one and this one look like very interesting recipes. This is blender. I kind of don't want to get into the headache of using blenders. But heavy turbo fuel, let's actually see. Let's assume that as inputs we have 600 heavy oil residue. Let's put compacted coal. Compacted coal, I have 200. For fuel, I want to use diluted fuel recipe. Okay, there we go. This is what I'm talking about. Do I make 600 now? Oh, I don't have enough compacted coal. This is actually burning almost. This needs to overflow now. Let's try 1k. Yes, it's 1k turbo fuel. But we do need 800 compacted coal. And this turbo fuel will be used to make ionized turbo fuel or whatever that's called. But primarily this is gonna be burned in fuel power plants to get okay, now this is centered again. This is gonna be used in power plants to just get rid of it. I think the power plants always burn at constant speed regardless of consumption. That's a lot of refineries. And these are actually really? Blenders? Oh yeah, because it needs 2 water sources. So 2 pipes of water, 1 pipe of heavy oil. We turn this into diluted fuel. 800 units of compacted coal, so that's 2 belts of compacted coal. And well, maybe we'll do 5. Let's just do 5 floors, or either 5 or 2 floors of refineries for turbo fuel, and then 2 pipes to take it to burn. But that's gonna be it for now. I think that this is a pretty nice looking build. I will do the fuel burn, the turbo fuel build in the middle here. And the reason why I'm doing the turbo fuel first is because I want to start processing plastic. Right now those pipes are probably fully backed up. Get that turbo fuel into... maybe do a new line of plants over there. And then build the plastic over here. That's probably gonna be for the next stream. I don't know if that's gonna happen tonight or tomorrow. I'll see. I'll try to put a bit of a heads up when that happens. With that, thank you all very much for joining the stream, and hope to see you on the next one. Have a good one.